Honorary Consul Republic of Seychelles, to present the inaugural address.
In Japan, the way they greet is completely different from the way we greet in India, right? How many of you know how they greet in Japan? You bow down, come on. Come on, come on. It's okay. You're doing it right, so please come and take it. Though you have a longer nose, let's imagine that you have a Japaku today. So we both are pretending as if we are Japanese and we're going to do the Japanese way of greeting. Come back. Right. And what do they say? How many of you know what they give it a good applause for it. What do they say? In Japan, when you see somebody, what do they say? None of you know that? Okay. The simplest version is they say moshi moshi. What do they say? You call up any Japanese gentleman and call him, the first words he will utter is moshi moshi. Right? And similarly, how many of you watch the Kung Fu Panda? Awesome. Right? And Kung Fu Panda, the way they greet is completely different from what the Japanese greet. Right? How do they greet? Come on. It's good. Give it a good applause. And, yeah. What's your name? Vanilla. So, Vinaya is great, and give her a good round of applause for that. Thank you. And when I say Assalamu Alaikum, what do you say? All the three have the same meaning. When I say moshi moshi, it's like your shanti 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 rice. It actually means have peace. And the second one is myself and there is a gentleman. That gentleman there might have a physical fight, but mentally be a great friend. What's your name, brother? Rahul. Right. Rahul and me might have a physical fight. Mentally we are great friends. So don't have a fight. When I say Salam Alaikum, it actually means have peace with God. And you reciprocate by saying, you too have peace with God. And in India, how do we greet? Vanakkam is for Tamil Nadu, right? Namaste, right? Namaste is actually a noun. The verb form of namaste is namaskara or namaskaram, right? Namaskara or namaskaram is the action of the namaste, which actually has a very unique meaning. In my opinion, it means, from the Sanskrit, it means that I see divinity in you and I bow to the divinity in front of me. So, namaste to all of you and namaskaram to all of you. You all do that. The most important thing is to greet our partners or whoever is coming to India with a good namaste or namaskaram, right? So, can we all put our hands together and say namaskaram? We'll combine the Chinese and the Japanese and say moshi moshi. Right. And in Tamil Nadu, how do they greet? Together, all of you. Are we trying to say vanakkam? So put our hands together and say vanakkam. And in vanakkam, there is an ik, right? But the sound is more like ak, right? Ak is an eyelid, right? And in eyelid, how many dots are there? Can you lift your hands and show how many dots? How many dots? Lift your hands, please. Take a picture of that. All of you together, lift your hands. How many dots are there? The two dots down and one on top. But in my opinion, it means the two eyes of mine is looking at the divine eye of yours and I'm bowing to the divinity. Vanakkam to all of you. So, vanakkam to the head of the department, vanakkam to Ansi madam, and vanakkam to the senior madam from this college, awesome ma'am. It's good to see that all the amazing faculty is here to have positivity, because the most important thing about tourism is to be positive, right? So, I can see that, those two children. Come here, madam. There's a big gap, okay? There's a gap. And the way there's no gap at all, because they're so close to each other. And the money bank friends, the green and the green, or yellow green, whatever. Come here, madam. Let's see what is it. Jump to the so, Sindhu and Sneha, double S. So both are amazing friends. How many of you know that Sindhu and Sneha are great friends? Sneha and Ave, friendship done. So they have amazing friendship and bonding between each other. Not many people know, right? So today they're going to exhibit saying that, or they're going to show you that they are amazing friends. Are you ready for that? Are you ready for that? Yes, Sindhu, Sneha, right. After a long time, you meet your mother. What is the first thing you do, man? After a long time, you meet your mother. What is the first thing? I heard hug, right? All of you will hug, right? So similarly, after the pandemic, they both are meeting outside the cake shop, you know. And what do? Sneha, Sindhu, and you hug each other, right? And that's exactly what they're going to do now, right in front of us. Are you ready for that? I can't hear a good yes. So give them an encouragement to hug tightly, nicely. What condition will put to them? Slow motion to that one. Are you ready for that? Ready? All of you together. 1, 2, 3. Come on. Good hug, please. Good hug, please. Good hug, please. Sneha, right? Sneha, when she was hugging her friend Sindhu, she completely closed her eyes. How many of you saw that this time? Yes. She totally closed her eyes. You know why? Because the most beautiful thing in the world are not keep their eyes but fell from. That is why your department not required the greatest part of India. What is required is that you tourism students should see India from your. Thank you, madam. Thank you, Sindhu, for being a phenomenal friend and showing us that you are an awesome friend. Give them a good round of applause once more. Okay, little about me, madam. How many of you know what's the Common Council? How many of you know how many countries are there in the world? Max Lavika.
Where it flourishes, a sanctuary for all forms of life, a place that buzzes with culture, combining traditions and creating something entirely new. You can see it in the people, the food, the hospitality.
Welcome aboard Flight 226. We'd like to thank you for traveling with us today, and we hope you enjoy your flight.
Welcome. Welcome to Seychelles.
So that's Seychelles for you, right? And a lot of people, putting on the lights. Okay, the beauty is a lot of people when they retire, they would like to be in village, and a lot of people want to be on the beach. This is one country who's got both the combination of the village and among the top 10 beaches in the whole world, 2 of them are from Seychelles and I represent that country. And because they don't have a viable hospital, when I mean viable hospital, is that, let's say there are about, in Chennai, you know what the population roughly? With the greater Chennai, it's almost like 1 crore people. Which means every day there are close to about 300 to 400 bypass surgeries. And when you downsize it to only 1 lakh people, imagine that will be only 2-3 surgeries a day maximum in Seychelles. For 2-3 surgeries, you need to have a big hospital like Apollo Hospital, and that's not viable. It's economically not viable. So they bring most of the patients to Chennai, by which there is a cost. So Chennai being into medical tourism, how many of you know? It's a medical tourism next day she saw another butterfly coming out, and this time she waited for almost 4 hours. For a long time, with a lot of pain, this butterfly came down. And afterwards, after 4 hours, like our madam, yellow and black, the butterfly also had similar wings and flew to the garden. After that, the father realized one thing: the more pain you have, the more you become. The more pain you have, the more you become. This pandemic is exactly what it is. You've gone through pain because we have to, as tourism students and the country of India and the tourism department and the government has to be. Second is what? Okay, that is the innovation. That's my topic today. Yeah, Rahul and me have become friends. Today I found a new friend called Rahul. Are you studying in the college of women? So, Loyola College history department. History department. Ranganathan. Okay. Ranganathan. Shift 2. Okay. Madam must be talking about. So Ranganathan and me are good friends. So Mr. Raghav, Rahul, sorry. Rahul, in his previous birth was from Rajasthan. Raghav is a great and intelligent boy. And in his previous birth, he had only one problem: taking bath. Why? Because Rahul's mother used to carry 4 pots of water, one for cooking, one for cleaning the house, one for his dirty clothes, and the last one is for him to. Because he did not want to trouble his mother, Rahul never used to take bath. Rahul had a neighbor, and his name is Vechimuthu. Vechimuthu, he's got a lot of hair. He's actually, I'm very jealous of him. So Vechimuthu and Rahul are great friends, and Vechimuthu had a phenomenal hobby. The hobby is he used to take a cycle tire and do ticky. What did he do? What did he do? Ticky. So this he kept on seeing for a long time, and he got one of the most amazing ideas in the world. And that is, he took a car tire, put a tube inside, filled with water, and started rolling water instead of carrying water. After that, that gentleman also became a big hero, because this gentleman also became a big hero. In Rajasthan today, people don't carry water, they have large drums and they kind of pull the water instead of carrying water. That is innovation. For you to understand. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Loyola College gentlemen. That is what? Innovation. So this is the topic. I am going to set aside the topic and come back to you after discussing positiveness and love. Okay? So what is this? Hello, what happened? What is it?
Stop being positive. Love.
Right. Okay, so positiveness is very, very important, right? Now, scooter இருக்கா? 2-wheeler இல்லையா? நடந்தே போவீங்களா? லைசன்ஸ் கொடுக்க மாட்டேங்கிறாங்களா? உங்க வீட்டுல கார் இருக்காமா? 2-wheeler இருக்காமா? அதுல பிரேக் இருக்காமா? எதுக்குமா பிரேக் கொடுத்துட்டாங்க? ஸ்டாப் பண்றது. இந்த பாருங்க வர போட்டு மைக்க வச்சு ஸ்கூட்டர்ல எதுக்கு பிரேக் வச்சிருக்காங்க? ஸ்டாப் பண்றது. நம்ம பால் இல்ல வெளியே இருக்காரு சார். அவர் வந்து 105 kilometers faster போனா without a brake and he can go. So it's not only to stop, but for you to go very fast also you need. On the body brakes தான் இந்த பிரசிடென்ட்ஸ்ல இதெல்லாம் நின்றுட்டாங்க. They're called professors, HOD, principal, secretary, chairman இருக்காரு. முரளிதர். I know very well. So இவங்க எல்லாம் எப்ப பார்த்தாலும் பிரேக் போடுவாங்க. அசைன்மெண்ட் பண்ணியா, ரிவிஷன் டே வருது, ஸ்கூல் வச்சியா, வால் போட்டியா, எப்பவுமே பிரேக் ஏன் போடுறாங்க? For you to have confidence in the world tomorrow, they're putting great students. So only students stand up. Only students stand up. Give the biggest round of applause to all your professors and all the department, lecturers and assistant lecturers, HOD. Another applause, please. Right, thank you, sir. You're amazing people, because I want you to kind of give the maximum respect. Thank you to them, because some people ask me, third standard, fourth standard, miss a beer bar. So, but imagine the kind of work she's been doing by being in the same department for 20 years, 25 years. How much of knowledge you have gained for you to get the knowledge in the shortest time. Today the information is there everywhere, right? Information is there everywhere. How to convert that information to knowledge is very, very important. Right? So, we talk about in a one they asked me to light the lamp. For lighting the lamp, what are the three things you need? First thing, all of you understand? ரெண்டாவது என்ன வேணும்? திரி வேணுமா? மூணாவது என்ன வேணும்? தீ வேணுமா? Right, all of you understood that? என்ன வேணும் first? Louder. ரெண்டாவது, மூணாவது, தீ. All of you okay? Ready? Once more. Together, all of you together again. Nobody. So our country is going through a transition from saying that we should act like the Americans, we should act like the French. The reason why I am saying French is because French has got the largest tourists in the world. And we kind of think, the facilities no, it's not important. What we have and what we have as a culture is something phenomenal. There's a movie releasing tomorrow. All of you know that? Anybody wants tickets? Okay, so such is the tradition, such is the kind of environment required, and we have to be right. நம்ம கண்ட்ரில அது நிறைய இருக்கு, ஆனா we don't show it. This photograph எல்லாம் இங்க எடுக்கறாங்க, என்ன பேர் எடுக்கறது? நான் வந்து கார்னர்ல நிப்பேன், இந்த கேமரா. So the photographers, without their help, we will not get any memories in life, right? But they are never in the photograph. So that empathy is very much required, right? For which I am going to tell you a smart story. I might be deviating a little on the tourism, because for tourism, you require these four things for you to kind of be successful as a great person in the future for our country, right? This gentleman is called Charles Plum. What do you know him? Charles Plum. Can you all say that together? Charles Plum! He is one of the greatest war heroes in the world. And he had one talent. He could shoot the opponent flights very accurately. So Vietnam and America had a big fight. They called Charles Plum, because the Vietnamese fellows are short fellows and slightly after their. So this gentleman was called and he was asked to hit the Vietnamese flight. 73 aeroplanes he hit. When he was trying to hit the 74th one, a missile came and hit the right wing and the flight was going down. And he knows he's going to crash. So he ejected himself and landed safely. What do you think he used? Parachute. Who said that? Somebody said parachute. Awesome, man. Right. So parachute. So the Vietnamese caught him and put him in jail for 5 years. Right? After 5 years, the President of America fought with the UN and finally was released. As he was going back to New York where his house is, the President called the pilot and said, bring him to Washington because I would like to welcome him personally. As he was coming down, he saw a lakh of people, all of them shouting, Charles Plum, Charles Plum, Charles Plum. Right? And he was very soft and nice like the other gentleman, third gentleman. Very soft and nice. He started getting ego. He thought, nobody, I'm invincible. Nobody can actually beat me. That kind of ego he started getting. At home, he threw his, plates and all, because this side there were press, that side there were a lot of television people doing interviews and all that. After 6 months, he was sitting in a coffee shop. A gentleman by name Peter came to him and said, "Hey, aren't you Charles Plum?" Yeah, I am the famous Charles Plum. You must have seen my photograph on the newspaper, right? No. You must have seen my interview on the television, right? No. But how do you know me, man? I am the guy who folded your parachute. Right, like that, there's an Aya in Ethiraj college who cleans all your bathrooms, right? If she doesn't come, can you go to college? Like that, for tourism, there are a lot of people who are small local guys who might be even an Aya. We need to respect them and give them and try to learn from them. And that's why we need to show and empathy. Thank you, ma'am. You want to do what? Okay? So, coming back to innovation, which is the think part, right? So, when I first started, I actually took a sabbatical. I said, the world is full of pressure. So, I went and became a professor in one particular college. And after that, when I came back to Chennai, I could not do any more business. So, I started this farm where I had to bring the school children. Okay? The moment I had that idea in my mind, the first and foremost thing which I wanted to do is to go to one gentleman by name M.S. Swaminathan. M.S. Swaminathan is the father of green revolution. Today we have food security in our country. It's because of this gentleman called M.S. Swaminathan who passed away last March. He was 96 years old. Without him, we would not have enough food in our country. We were importing all the time. And in 1991, we had our enough food, and today in our country, for the first time, we had exported wheat because Ukraine had stopped production because of the war. So I went and explained to him. We stood up in this shaking hands, hugged me and said, this is exactly what I wanted to do. And he gave me a whole curriculum. Okay? And when I did that curriculum to the students, the first school was Vidyodaya School. Anybody from Vidyodaya School here? Yes. Neha, that's where we get right. So, Vidyodaya School came to us, was supposed to come, and when they came, I gave all the curriculum facts about what M.S. Swaminathan said, and all of them slept very well right under the tree. Allah got to do it. Then I did not know what to do. For 6 months I was suffering as to how to impart this curriculum on what to give to the plants and all that. Finally, one day, I went to the school called Shankara School at Bombay. Anybody from that school? Okay, that school said, I want to come to your farm, and I said, you need to do a project. You need to bring the local people or the corporation school as a project. So they could not find a corporation school. The only reason we asked the local students to come is to make sure that these children will not have to pay for the bus, but they can walk to my farm. And when they came, as usual, by 10:30, all of them slept. But afternoon, something amazing happened. Afternoon, really beautiful thing happened. All the children from the village are already farmer children. And they know agriculture so well. And they started teaching the city children as to what is agriculture. They started singing songs. They started singing about food wastage. Why their mother has said, food is not wasted in a beautiful, nice Tamil way. The bonding they had, the learning they had, the principal called and said, Nada Panta, jolly person. I said, I think that school children from the local panchayat school actually gave them a lot of information. And I think that was it. So come and speak in the assembly tomorrow. I said, I will not speak. Ask your students to speak. When I went and listened, that is exactly what I wanted to share as a knowledge or information to the children who come to our farm. Right? So it is not M.S. Swaminathan who gave that idea. It is not that gentleman alone who gave the idea. It is not a bald-headed fellow who will get the idea. You children will get amazing ideas because you have fresh mind in your life. And for tourism, that innovation is phenomenally required. And for an example, just how many people, in Tamil தெரியாதவங்க யாராவது இருக்கீங்களா? Tamil தெரியாதவங்க யாராவது இருக்கீங்களா? All of you know. Because Tamil தெரியல. Hi brother, I would like to share some of your head. Right. So, these children sang a song as to how we should not waste food. So we have this senior most farmer called Anandoi Tata, who is 93 years old, who used to take care of all the cattle there. So I went and brought him as an ambassador for our brand called Farm Guru and said, he is the senior most farmer. The money might be yours for coming here, but the food is hard work of this Tata, you should not waste food. And for this, the children actually sing a song for you to remember that we should not waste food. So the song goes like this, Kalakapu Yar is what I will say. All of you have to say, Anna Dovai Tata. Soru Podu Yare? Sound Yare? Soru Podu Yare? Vaitha Nerpo Yare? And towards the end you say, Anna Dovai Tata, Jai Jai Jai. Are you ready for that? Okay, கலக்க போவது யாரு? சோறு போடுவது யாரு? வைத்து நிரப்புவது யாரு? அண்ணாதுரை தாத்தாவுக்கு ஜெய் ஜெய் ஜெய். All of you together. Keep your hands up, please. அண்ணாதுரை தாத்தாவுக்கு ஜெய் ஜெய் ஜெய். So that's an amazing song where the children understood that the concept of not wasting food comes to the thing. Like that is innovation or what? In our country, we have so many things. You know, how many of you know a university called Tuck University? And the head of the department for Tuck University on innovation is one Mr. Rajgopal. Rajgopal is into frugal innovation. Frugal innovation is like having the least capital and bringing the best innovation possible. Right? So, he had a particular, he's from the Harvard Business School and he joined Tuck University and he had a phenomenal idea. The idea is to teach the children, American children, the luxurious country, what is casteism. All of you know casteism, right? I saw somebody's status about Peria. Madam, you. Yo, right, okay. So, casteism is a major issue in our country before, right? So, casteism, for example, how many of you know the difference between Iyer and Iyengar? Imagine trying to explain that to an American student. So the children were learning about casteism. He brought about 25 children to India in Tanjavur. He made them stay in one of the Iyer's house for over 4 days and then Iyengar's house in 4 days. That is tourism. That is innovative tourism. Right? And a lot of people really enjoyed the small differences and understanding their whole God principle itself is completely different. You know all of that, right? Have you seen this Kamalas in front of? What is that movie? That's all right. So most of you have actually impacted. So it has been our culture. When all these religions were there, these people and these people were fighting. Right, madam? Right. So like that, you imagine such beautiful ideas you can bring in. A lot of people think that big luxurious hotels is actually tourism. It is not. Last March, I went to a place called Sandarpur, which is in Nepal and India border. It's actually the army camp and I did a trek there. The whole trek for 7 days was only 8,500 rupees with all the food, everything inclusive. I had one of the best times in the world because everybody else was new to me. And it created a difference in me. And with me, there were about 7 other foreigners. They are coming here to explore not just the luxury. They are coming here to explore the beauty of India, simplicity of India. Imagine our country, 55% of the people live with only $2, which is about 175 rupees a day. Are you aware of that? Now, if I take a small tourism class to myself and say, next 45 days, I'm going to live only with $2. It's a phenomenal thing, right? And there are a lot of people from Chennai to Tirupati, they walk. How many of you know that? They wear this. Yeah. You walk. You want to walk with me? There's one thing. There are a lot of people who walk from Chennai to Tirupati without a single fight. They go. That's an adventure, right? That is innovation. So I wanted to kind of finally make you understand. I think my time is up. Okay, so I want to kind of imbibe these 4 words into you as to how you can grow our country to greater heights and beat all the other neighboring countries miles ahead with only your innovation. And our innovation doesn't have to be money, it can be with simplicity and frugal. Frugal innovation is very much necessary. And so, what are the 4 words we have learned? Once more.
Strong, think, positive, love.
This 4 is required to kind of increase our depth of knowledge to understand our country as it is by not removing the cream of the culture of our country and take it to greater heights. Right? All of you, what do you think is success? Sir, it just came down. You're the tallest guy. When it rains, you will be the first one to get drenched. Right? What is success for all of you? Money? Money? No. How much money you have, ma'am, right now? 10 rupees. You get that? 2 rupees. There's somebody who doesn't have money at all now. No, ma'am, you don't have money. Madam, come in. Madam doesn't have money at all, right? So if I ask her, is she shy to say that she doesn't have money? She's your professor, right? And what does she teach you? Medical tourism. Madam, my subject. Wrong. So, medical tourism is where I am expert on because I take a lot of patients and put them in different hospitals. And when they go back, they become very friends because they get repaired themselves and go, and they become very friends of mine. So, Madam, Srimati Madam does not have any money and she is shy to say that she doesn't have money. Srimati Madam, very good. Coach Bhavala. There is a Thank you, Madam. All the children. Give a good applause. So, it's not money, right? That's all success. Knowledge. What else? Any other word? Loudly, please. Hi, Madam. What is success for you, man? Happiness. Come here, madam. Come here, come here. Odi. You are a good fellow. Happiness, right? Thank you. But what is happiness? Satisfaction. In my opinion, happiness is making somebody else happy. When you can make somebody else happy, that's the biggest happiness you can have, right? When you're all angry, it's about the past you're angry about. When you're all sad, it is about the past you're sad about. When you all have fear, tomorrow is my exam, it's about the future. The only thing which you have control in this whole world is this movement. And make that movement a very happy movement. Right? And that's what tourism is all about. We are good at making somebody else happy and we are losing that ability in terms of trying to be selfish. No, we need to be together, fight it and make sure that we have lot of tourist people coming to India and beat France, which is the #1 in the world with almost about 10 crore people coming. In India, we have only about 1.8 crore people coming as tourists. You can do it. Every single one of you can do it. Right? Will you do that? So let's all be happy. Right? Do you know the exercise of how to be happy? When you're sad, you know what you do. When I say one hour, you say how? 2 times. Louder. So we keep on smiling and have a great life. God bless you, Moshi and Manakam to all.
For a very vibrant, interactive session, although also a particle session, and for giving a strong message on innovative tourism by spreading the ideas of strong, think, positive, and love. Thank you so much, sir. I now request Dr. G. Kausalya Kumari, Head Department of History, Tourism and Travel Management, Ethiraj College for Women, to honor the chief guest with a memento. And I invite Dr. B. Dushamol, Assistant Professor, Department of History, Tourism and Travel Management, Ethiraj College for Women, to prepare the reward exam. I deem it a great privilege to stand difficult situations. So God has given us the courage to proceed on to organize programs. So thank you God for that. I have to thank our management for their generous support in organizing the seminar. And I would also thank our principal ma'am who was not with us today. She is always encouraged us whenever we approach her for anything. She used to say, history, you are supposed to create history. So yes, ma'am, we are in the process, we will create a history. So I think all of you will also think of that and proceed. Next is thank Dr. Ethiraj ma'am, who is our vice principal, and she is also always encouraging. Whenever we approach her for any kind of needs, we do not organize or for any other necessities, she always encourages us, supports us, and she was willing to do everything for us. Thank you, ma'am. Next, we thank our beloved ma'am, our head of the department, Dr. G. Kumari ma'am. She is always ready to organize lot of programs for the sake of students. She gives us lot of stamina and she says yes, and she gives us lot of freedom as well to organize according to our wish. Thank you, ma'am, for that. Next, I would like to thank our persons who are participants who have joined us from the other colleges, especially our Lawyer College and the other colleges. Some colleges have joined. So thank you for being part of us, and I also welcome you. Next, I would finally thank all the supporters who were able to be with us throughout organizing the program. For example, our assistant people who assisted us to organize all this. And then finally, I need to thank our beloved students. I should say that I think your power ranges. Instead I can say your power ranges always. So you give us a lot of stamina and stand for you and organize things with a lot of courage as well. Thank you, students, and once again I thank all of you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Let us all rise for the college song. audience to stay back. Okay, so there's an exhibition outside, right opposite the ferry. So after the program, after the entire program, all you students seated here can go visit it. We will shortly start with session 1. So I request silence from the entire audience. Thanks. So can you hear me, sir? Hello, sir. Sir, am I audible, sir? Hello? Sir, could you please unmute, sir? Hello, sir. Sir, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, yes, I can hear you. Yeah, there is a lot of echo.
Good morning and welcome to session 1 of the international seminar on Rethinking Tourism, a vehicle for transformation. Session 1 is a virtual session and joining with us is Dr. Babu George from Mississippi to talk on the topic Mobility in the Metaverse and the Future of Tourism. May I now invite Dr. B. Maul, Assistant Professor, Department of History, Tourism and Travel Management, Ethiraj College for Women, to introduce the resource person. I'm here to introduce Professor Babuja. So, and he will be giving his lecture virtually. So before that, because you need to hear about him, I'll just introduce him here. Okay, and the lecture you can listen there virtually. Professor Babuja is from International Business and is Dean Interim in the School of Business of Walton State University, Mississippi, USA. He holds his PhD from Management, DBA in International Business, and BDS in Higher Education, Innovation, and Leadership. He has been traveling and various expertise in regard to academic as well as in regard to administrative excellence. Among many other visiting universities, they have been also visiting more than 50 universities as visiting professor. He has published more than 200 works in the international journals, and he has also published various books. Some of them I can just read out. Progress in Green Economics, published in the year 2022. Mobility and Globalization, published in the year 2022. Digital Transformation in Business and Society, and international case studies in the management of disaster, strategies for promoting sustainable hospitality and tourism services. Served as a teacher and as a researcher has inspired many scholars with his interdisciplinary knowledge of interconnecting various disciplines. I request our chief of the session, Professor Babuja, to give us lecture. Thank you. Sir, you may please listen, sir.
Okay. Good.
So, yeah, then we please proceed.
May I request that you turn off your microphone from your side? Maybe the echo is coming from your microphone.
Yes. So, sir, now it might not come. I'll just switch it off. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I hope I am audible. If I am not, please post a comment or something so I can stop. Organizers, am I audible?
Sir, yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, very good. So, happy World Tourism Day, and thank you so much for the opportunity to interact with you for a few minutes. I won't take a lot of your time, and for me also it is kind of midnight, so I am not in the full presence of my brain. If I talk in a sloppy language, please pardon me. So let me come to the our topic, metaverse and the future of travel and tourism. That's my topic. Young brains in the audience know a lot about how the social media has been changing over the last few years. Particularly during COVID, it became apparent that there should be a more immersive virtual environment for interactions. Before COVID, we mostly engaged face-to-face. At other times, we engaged over chats or video messaging, but we did not become an integral part of what we digitally communicate. In the sense, we were standing outside of our screens. Even today, I am sitting outside of my laptop screen. The idea of metaverse is to make the device and me in a seamless transition. That means I will be a part of the technology that I am using to engage with someone else. So that in that regard, metaverse is not merely a simple linear advancement upon current communication technologies. Metaverse is a radical transformation. I want to, take you through some of the possibilities for travel, how travel industry might be fundamentally revolutionized as a result of metaverse through a traditional PowerPoint presentation. Once these technologies become more and more mainstream, the current technologies, even PowerPoints will entirely go away. I mean, PowerPoints have become out of fashion for several years, but we use that in academic presentations a lot even today. So I'm going to use a 20th century communication technology to talk about a 21st century technological innovation. Let me share my PowerPoint. I am not sure whether you can see my slides. Can you see the PowerPoint?
No, sir.
I am not very fluent with this technology, never used it. So I uploaded the presentation for some reason. All right, let me try another method. I was trying to upload the PowerPoint and trying to see. Let me use the screen sharing method. All right, so I hope you can see the PowerPoint right now. So some of the things that I want to talk are not purely established intersubjectively, in the sense that the definitions are still being evolved. This is a still a nascent technology, and there is no widely spread agreement on what metaverse is or how it could evolve in the medium to long future. One way of looking at metaverse is that it is a digital platform for offering immersive and digital experiences for users in a decentralized environment. So you can think of using your VR sets. Students in the audience may have virtual reality sets that they place in front of their eyes, and these VR sets take them to a new world, a virtual world. In that regard, VR could be seen as a primitive cousin of the metaverse that is still being evolved. The term has first appeared in a novel, in a 1992 novel by name Snow Crash. And in that novel, they talk about metaverse, a virtual world. With the VR headsets, one may get a glimpse of what this could be. Some other companies came up with alternate, forms of it. For example, Facebook has introduced Oculus, and even before that, Google came up with the Google Lens. Google Lens is no longer in the market. However, those were some of the earlier experiments. In the meantime, there are a lot of experiments happening which would obliterate the use of a VR headset for these virtual experiences. One specific example is the Neuralink experiment by Tesla's founder, Elon Musk. Elon Musk has been experimenting or toying with the idea of implanting chips inside the brains of people. And there were successful experiments in non-human entities like, other animals. It may not be as easy as we think, and it may not be accepted by a lot of us. When I look at it, I may not want a digital chip to be implanted inside my skull or, even over my skull. So there may be a resistance to such technologies. But what I'm trying to say is that since this technology is very promising, different ways of implementing it are already underway. And more recently, if you remember, Mark Zuckerberg, the founder of Facebook, he has even changed the name of his parent company, from Facebook to Meta. Facebook is just a subsidiary of Meta now. And a lot of resources are being pumped to realize the idea of metaverse. Another experiment that I can think of is, many of the students in the audience probably were too young at that time. There was a game by name, if I remember correctly, it was Second Life, secondlife.com. And in that game, we could all take on avatars of different people and enact lives that we were not able to enact in our real world. So for example, if you wanted to do something in your real life and you couldn't do it, you could go to the secondlife.com and act it out. And then the problem is, in that experiment, there is always a sense of you remembering that that's not the real you. Before starting this presentation, I was going through my Facebook profile and I saw this advertisement by Meta which says, "Be your authentic you in the metaverse." And I first felt it was very ironical because, the purpose of metaverse is to duplicate you, and there is an inauthenticity in it. So when the advertisement of metaverse by Facebook says that, be your authentic self in the metaverse, then the question is, what about me, which is the real person outside? Will I continue to become authentic? Will I become inauthentic for my metaverse identity to be more authentic? So those are some of the big questions that philosophers might have to answer in the future as these technologies come up. So anyway, as I said, it is still a vision. Early applications are still available, and I have already cited some of those. A more advanced definition compared with the one I presented in the last slide is that it is an interconnected, intelligent assembly of different digital realms and the synergies produced therefrom. For example, right now, Zoom provides some virtual realm, or Microsoft Teams provides some virtual realm. But when you combine all those different digital worlds, there are certain synergies that are produced. And when these micro virtual worlds are combined with the power of artificial intelligence and the decentralization possibilities of Web 3.0, it results in what we call metaverse. So I don't really want to explain a lot on this. Number one, we don't have a lot of time. Number two, that you are primarily social science students. So I just want you to look at this diagram to know that metaverse is the result, or better resultant, of a large number of technologies that came together at the same time. If these technologies had not come together and created a confluence, metaverse probably would not have taken into effect. Okay, so this include digital currencies, digital marketplaces, NFTs, non-fungible tokens, infrastructure for technological infrastructure, and along with all these, there is a change in consumer preparedness and readiness. And I would say COVID-19 made that great push. Before COVID-19, even the highly technologically fluent users among us were reluctant to embrace some of these technologies, except for casual adventures. But given the stress that COVID-19 impacted upon us, we are increasingly open to the ideas of engaging with the world virtually. So I think that became a great driver. Then, more importantly, artificial intelligence. In order to coordinate all these different possibilities of these different technologies and create real life engagement with the virtual realm, you need the power of AI. So one important aspect of metaverse is, as I said, immersiveness. Traditional Zoom conversation, Skype conversations, we lack that immersiveness. We feel that we are standing out of the screen. We are not part of the technology. Whereas in the metaverse, that distinction dissolves and disappears. And that's why Facebook's advertisement says, be your authentic person inside that virtual world. So that's a remarkable change in terms of how technology can extend and expand our scope of life. Technologies are possibilities, and these possibilities expand our five senses, what we can do with our senses. So the other thing is that metaverse could possibly give rise to new experiences that were not possible before. For example, you could create an artificial tourism experience which would make us feel more real than the real. For example, right now, if you want to see a real waterfall, you have to go to a waterfall. But with the possibilities of these technologies, you can create a more immersive experience with a more fierce waterfall, and you won't feel the difference because all your five senses may be engaged with that experience. Okay, so even if your senses are not engaged, if the signals are going directly to the respective brain regions, you will feel that you are actually really experiencing that, artificial experience. That's something which is remarkable for tourism. Virtual tourism might emerge, and virtual tourism may have products and services that are not in the real world. And the question then is, what will happen to the tour operators and travel agents that are in the real world? Will they still have customers? If people can experience a foreign country virtually without them actually knowing that they are experiencing it virtually, if the immersive nature of that experience is so deep, will there still be a scope for real travel and tourism the way we know it? And those are some of the questions we need to debate further down the lane. So one of the remarkable features is that even though these virtual experiences are assemblages of collective experiences, every individual can feel it in an individualized way. In your classes, you may have heard this term mass customization. That was again a 20th century term. But right now, with these technologies, every single individual can feel that they are the creators and consumers of their experiences. It is not like somebody is creating a tourism experience for you. You can co-create it in the metaverse. And you can even patent it, you can even trademark it with what we call NFTs, non-fungible tokens. For example, you can create a experience of traveling to, say, Israel or Norway or any other country. And you can digitize that experience, you can save it, you can trademark it, and you can sell it to someone else. Or after 15 years, you can revisit that same experience with a hint of nostalgia. So that way you can preserve your past life and revisit. So nostalgia will take a different dimension. So all these are possibilities of the metaverse. So I'm skipping because I don't have a lot of time, but I will be available for a discussion if there is still more time. Let me move through further. And another possibility, this may not be something that companies like Facebook and Google may not want. If you have read and understood Web 3.0, Web 3.0 is an advancement over the current Web 2.0. Web 3.0 is a decentralized web. You will have more decentralized control over your lives. So if metaverse is going to be built around Web 3.0, I'm not sure whether companies like Meta will be very happy about it, because their business model is to tightly control everything in a centralized manner. So it will be the difference between a centrally controlled digital currency and a decentralized blockchain-based digital currency. So if metaverse is built decentralized using the technologies, Web 3.0 technologies, that gives control over your metaverse to yourself. I'm sorry if I'm using abstract terminologies, because some of these things are still being evolved and unfolded. So, as I said, metaverse is the result of a lot of technologies, and some of these technologies will keep improving. For example, one of the biggest drawbacks or limitations of implementing metaverse right now is the speed of our internet connection. With 5G, it became fast, but with 6 and 7Gs, we expect that there will be zero latency. That means that you can communicate, you can share a huge chunk of digital data from any part of the world to any other part of the world, stream it without any time delay. And that is very important for a realistic experience, especially from a tourism standpoint, and some of the other technologies also. So the big question for future students, future managers of tourism and the current students of tourism is, will metaverse replace physical mobility and physical travel? Some of the predictions are there. These predictions are not based on empirical data, because we don't have the data. The technologies are still evolving. So it is more like futuristic observations. As I said, it will be a more immersive experience. One thing that might end or reduce is business travel. If we can engage with our business partners and customers in a virtual world with the sense of real world interaction, why would you do business travel? Why would you do conferences or events? So business travel might probably be hurt as a result of, or at least the way we know about it is probably going to be hurt as a result of this one. Leisure travel might sustain, because again, the sense of authenticity. When we wear the VR set or other devices, we may forget that we are in a virtual world. But once we remove that, we know that, oh, that was not real. That was like a dream. So people may still want to go to the real places and meet the real people. Metaverse might not kill leisure travel, and that's really a good possibility. Okay, and at the same time, metaverse might make more difficult experiences accessible for the ordinary people. For example, you may not want to do you may not want to jump from an you may not want to do skydiving, for example, from an airplane. But with the technologies, with the metaverse technologies, you may be able to do skydiving with the same experience. Or you may want to jump into the depths of a deep ocean and wearing the sensors and controllers and devices that a metaverse uses. So what I'm trying to say is that new experiences might be possible for ordinary people as a result of these technologies. More adventurous travel experiences might be possible, but it is very possible that traditional leisure travel might continue, albeit with some changes. And I said, you may go to a place once, but you can digitize that experience. The digital version of your experience you could replay, just like you replayed your video cassettes and CDs several decades ago. You may be able to replay those experiences again with a sense of being alive and in real time. Some of the tourism marketing dimensions I'm going to conclude in a couple of minutes. One thing is, people can be given a real world, real-like experience of what the actual tourism experience is going to be. For example, if you want to go and visit a place in Thailand, for example, metaverse can give a sample of the experience in a resort in Bangkok or Pattaya or anywhere. So that gives the future traveler a sample of the real experience that they will get. You can give a tour over metaverse in a hotel room instead of giving a video tour the way we are doing right now, and the people can really feel how a hotel room will look like. So those are marketing advantages. And then, of course, when people are inside the metaverse, the virtual real estate, is very valuable, and the providers of metaverse services could place digital advertisements inside the metaverse, just like you see, advertisements in the material world outside, hoardings and other stuff. So those are real possibilities, and these experiences could also be copyrighted. So that means the marketeers can ensure that their intellectual properties are preserved. So again, you can ask yourself what some of your predictions are. You may not have an opportunity to engage with me right now, but keep this in mind that these technologies are fundamentally transforming travel industry, and these technologies will come much before you think they will be here. You know, we anticipated that the pace at which these new technologies are coming is very remarkable. So it may not be day after tomorrow. It may be tomorrow, and some of it is already there in front of your eyes. So with this, let me conclude the presentation, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to come to you and interact with you.
Thank you for the wonderful session, sir. We now open the floor for discussion.
I think it is perfectly all right. I accept your word of thanks.
Can I open the floor for discussion, sir?
Yeah, I think we may not be able to do a discussion or anything because of the echo. Whenever you start talking, I'm getting a lot of echo. But I thank you so much, you and all of you in the organizing team. It's a real pleasure to meet with all of you.
Sir, thanks, but I'll call upon the student secretary to propose a vote of thanks, but I'll just keep the mic on mute. She will propose it there on stage, sir, for the audience who have assembled here.
Fair enough.
have with us one of the most eminent speakers, Ms. M.C. Kavita, Marketing Manager, Asia Tourism Board, Chennai, to speak on the topic Revival through Sustainable Tourism and Employment Opportunity. May I request Dr. K. Saraswati to introduce the guest speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the Department of History, Tourism and Travel Management, I am delighted to welcome MC Kavita. Welcome, ma'am. MC Kavita has 26 years of experience in aviation and tourism industries. She worked in Sahara Airlines, Sri Lanka Airlines, and Qatar Airways. Currently, she is working with Malaysia and manager of tourism board, looking after South India and Sri Lanka. Her experience in the field of HR, marketing, PR, or operations. Recently, she is elected as the advisory state council member of WICC, Women's Industries of Chamber, and Commerce in Hospitality and Tourism Council of Tamil Nadu Chapter. She has undertaken many projects related to tourism and travel management, marketing strategy, interview skills, and language program at Chennai Anamli University Research Center. She has organized several international seminars in association with Anamli University and fighting with Government College for Women. Welcome, ma'am. This session, few words I welcome once again. MC Kavita, ma'am. This was shape.
First of all, a very, very warm welcome to the other delegates over here, the faculty, and of course the HOD and the vice principal, the principal of the college, and more than all that, the dear students over here. It's such a delight to see such lovely looking girls, so colorfully dressed, you look so fabulous. I should compliment the college for making this occasion such a grand one. And I'm really truly delighted to be among you because wherever I travel, I'm always with men. Unfortunately or fortunately, it's been very sad to see only men being holding the higher posts. So I'm one of the very few people who were able to thrive and come to this status. And when I see the caliber and the talent which is abundant over here, I feel that you really need to step up and take the employment opportunity. So the main purpose of me being here is not only to talk about the revival to the sustainable tourism, because that is talking very, very close to our heart. And I'm very proud to tell that the current generation and the future generation we are looking at are very concerned about the nature. Am I right or wrong? Nobody loves now wasting water. Nobody wants any hassle. They don't like to keep the area dirty. It can be, clustered. There's a difference between being clean and clustered. We're talking about cleanliness. I find that very currently present in all the present generation. I was fortunate enough to go to a few colleges this way, and I met some amazing talent there as well. And one of my very memorable moments was in the college yesterday. When I was facing the crowd, there was so much competition, and you know what? Who won the first prize in this stall? Can I hear it? Come on, this is your college. Ethiraj college. Can we give a big cheer for this? When I see here the one who competing, the others who put up the stall, they're even more better. So the talent is like amazing. When you see them, they were the best. Even now they are the best. But there are many more who are equally talented, who are far more presentable in the way of presenting things. So what happens is ultimately we are looking at an aspect called competition. Am I correct or not? You're going for a job, right? You're going to, everybody has to work. I'm sure everyone who's come here, either we work at home, or we become an entrepreneur, or we start a startup company, or we go for a work in an organization. What happens is I'm going to discuss a little later, and I do my presentation. The session will be open for questions and answers. It's going to be very informal. First, I'll do a presentation very quickly for you so that you will understand the concept of what we are talking about in current generation. Being in India, working for a foreign country like Malaysia, such a beautiful country, it has far more aspects and information which you require when you're going and facing the world as not student but as an employee. So you can become either an employer or an employee. The choice is always ours. So having said all that, and I'm also very happy to say we are all seated very happily here because of our army who's fighting even now for us in the borders, right? Don't you agree for it? I'm sure a lot of people will have one such in their family. My grandfather died in the duty of travel, and when he was going for this war, and we miss him very much. But he did, really work for the country. I think we work for less salary and more on passion. So we put our hands together and thank him now. The army officials and every little being in the history department know the sacrifice which they have made. And you know what's very, very important is from South only, there is a village where every person from the family goes to the you know that? Are you aware of it? They go for a military. Why I'm telling about that is we should know our history. I'm very, very sure if I ask all of you who's your great great grandfather, I do not know how many of us will be able to tell. Am I right or wrong? Come on, Ethiraj. Come on, I think another person is also here, right? Come on, I need the answer. Let's be very interactive. It shouldn't be boring. Every day you listen to lectures, classes, and all. Tourism is something which you enjoy. Can you just tell me, out of the few people over here, the 100 people, whatever, will we be able to tell about our great great grandfather? I don't think so. It's very difficult. You know why? Maybe because for us, we're concerned about the current scenario, right? The situation has changed. Right now, we're talking about even if somebody asks others full name, I'm very, very confident even the person who they cannot tell you the mother or called what? Mama. We call it mama or basically the first thing. So why I'm telling you is when you work for a foreign country, when you're going for a competition, you should be somewhat far superior. So certain questions which might sound very unimportant become very important when you go and face your world as a when you're going to research the job. So having said all that, I will go further into the project right now. I will request the person who is in charge for the system to start the slide. This is one of my favorite pictures, and the UNW team, the tourism world organization, is very happy to say that they are looking at revival of the tourism. Okay, we are looking at revival. So we are going to talk about sustainable tourism. I will see you as a history student and people from the tourism department will be more equipped than me to answer this question. But I'm just going to give a brief about what we are looking at. Okay. The key factors which we look at when we talk about the sustainable tourism is what are the key factors? The first is tourism industry was the most affected. It was from earning in close, it came to zero. And they suffered the most compared to all the other institutions. We're talking about education, we're talking about hospitals, we're talking about hospitality. Compared to all this together, the tourism sector was the most affected. Now, it has become the responsibility of the politicians, the tourism professionals, and researchers to crowding it and dirtying it. So that has to be avoided. One thing which we have to learn from all this is make sure, at least as an individual, as a family, when you're going, it becomes the responsibility of us. It can be any country, it can be your own country, it can be any other state. We have to remember the words which my very favorite person said, Sri Abdul Kalam. You know, in one of the very, very important organization when the meeting was going, Yadu Pure Yavaru Telu. Have you understand that? How many Tamil students here who understood what I said? Don't tell me then okay, 1, 2, 3. What do you think you understood Yadu Pure Yavaru Telu? Thank you. I love the boys here. Really, gentlemen over. Thank you so much. You know, it's very difficult to be among the women when we seated and talking. It's very, very difficult. Believe me, because I've always been with, my friends in the next. It's very difficult to be among women. So thank you for raising the hand. So all the others don't know what is Yadu Yavaru Telu. Oh, now let's put the hands now. Who knows that? Yadu Yavaru Telu? Please, we have. Okay. So a lot of people really do not know. So I'm going to tell whichever place you go, don't think India is only my country. The world is yours. Please believe it when I say this. Every human being who lives on the earth, every country is yours. Yes, you have to be passionate about the country where you come from because they have given you the education, they have helped you to grow. But doesn't mean the other countries are not at the same path. So you have to remember that. I think we have to take it up differently. Okay, coming to the main important point is focus on sustainability. There are 3 developmental trajectories which is very, very vital, which is the organic, incremental, and induced. I don't have to explain on this because we'll be talking about it a little further. The UNWTO defined in 2005 that to all forms of tourism, including mass tourism, various niche tourism, the important vital thing is keeping the place clean. That's the main issue of us. Wherever we go, protecting the environment over there. This is one beautiful photograph. Now, if you like something a little dim, it will be even more better. This particular photograph, you can see men sitting, the human beings, everybody is in one place, and they're watching the wild animals have a great time. You know, truly, as I've come from for a country working in Malaysia, I want to tell that Malaysia is really wild. I was just talking to actually a few minutes back, and I was telling Malaysia is one country which keeps the animals free. They are in the wild. They enjoy the environment so much. They have such great fun there, and we are the human beings who are put in a cage because for our own protection. Because the animals are quite wild there, and they are let to enjoy it. That is very important for nature to survive. We should not treat all places like when we have rainfall, right? Over here, we are submerged. Am I not right or wrong? Chennai gets submerged. Even 2 days rainfall we cannot bear. The reason being, all the places where the lakes are supposed to be buildings are coming. The population has grown up. The wild is not being kept wild. The water body which has to be kept free is not kept free. The main reason is as you grow up, you will have architects, you will have civil workers, you will have government employees who will be working for your family. It becomes your responsibility to make sure that we contribute not to the destruction of the future, but to keep it safe. The next slide, please. The development of sustainable tourism is based on 3 points. about is we are very, very blessed that we have complete democratic freedom. Don't you agree? We have complete democratic freedom because when you look at a lot of places, a lot of countries, the restriction which is imposed on the general public, the freedom of speech, the freedom of expressing yourself. I'm sure in the history class, we did about the department and the specialization. When we did our test in 11th standard itself, we were taught about the freedom of speech, right? Very vital. Even today, we have that. We have the right to express our feelings. We have the right to inform people about what we feel, and we also have the open knowledge of what is happening around the world for us. Tourism implies people concentration. How many people have been to Malaysia here? Okay, I think we need to arrange for a special subsidized rate trip to Malaysia. It's a very beautiful country. I'm sure you will love it. Why I'm talking about it is not overcrowded. Even though Malaysia has got 13 states and it has got such a great variety of cities to be visited, it is such a beautiful place for you to go. And when you talk about overcrowded, even if the cities are charming, the beach, the location, the amusement park, everything matters that you don't overcrowd the place. Now with social distancing, it has become a very important aspect for people. As you can see, the sustainable tourism has got very important connection. What is the cultural tourism, heritage and dignity, population and health, accessible tourism, community tourism, alternative tourism, low carbon tourism. You know which state in India as one of the airports with very low carbon emission? History student, you should know this is very, very vital question. Shall I give you a multiple choice? Maybe from there you can choose. That means easier. I think so. Because I was one of the student one. So I understood the people talking on this stage. They know every answer that they expect us to, out of the way to ask one question and to answer. So I'll give you a multiple choice. Okay. There are, I will mention 3 airports. So you should tell me. The one who wants to answer has to raise their hand. And I'm going to give a gift to them especially. Again, I didn't bring the gift today. So I'll be sending it by courier to you. Okay. That's a promise. So you have to be very careful. I'm going to give 4 gifts away today. So whatever I'm going to ask, I will make it easy for you. But the person who wants to answer has to put up the hand. Otherwise, it becomes like everybody will answer, right? So I'm going to make it very interesting now for you. Okay, then we think about the other 2 airports. Okay. One is Trichy Airport. Another is Kochi Airport. Another is Bangalore Airport. Out of these 3 airports, which has got the low carbon emission because it's got the solar energy, the entire airport. Okay, I got 2 people. Okay, let's go. For you, I'm definitely giving you. Yes. Wow, it's amazing. Put up the hand. It's amazing. I think I would like to have your name and this college.
Hi everyone, I'm Ben Francis Siddi. I'm from FCC, the Best Christian College.
He's from a sister national government. But no, I'm not favored of her. MCC and Mr. Ben, thank you so much. I'm sure your college will be very proud of it. And yes, Kochi is one of the main airports working on solar energy, and it's got the lowest carbon efficiency. This is very vital. You become very popular, you become very fabulous in a forum like this. See, we are sitting within our own country, right? Our own state. Imagine you going on the stage and you talk to foreigners, talking about people with delegates, and talk to very intelligent people. You specialize in that, right? You become very popular. Don't do this. This is an opportunity for you to become. See, what do we live for? We don't just live for money. We don't live for just power. We also live for the passion, right? For what you want to do. So, what I'm telling so much about this is, Kochi is really to be appreciated. Very, very fascinated with their, especially city. I look at South India. The entire South India is our go for Malaysia and also Sri Lanka market. What I found very nice about Kochi is the delegates when they came, they visited a lot of stations like White Hyderabad, only the plus point, you have to take all the negative points as well. Instead of okay, people take part in the middle of the lane, like the streets are going in and people are taking. See, there's nothing wrong doing that. The village, we're going inside, you have to even go over that. But what you mentioned was Kerala is refusing, but it's not Kerala very. I'm not promoting Kerala here. Just telling you the point how it comes. How do you keep your environment peaceful? How do you be proud of what you are, your heritage? That's very important. Next one. See, as we talk about our common future, we are looking at our future. The current scenario is very, very dramatic and very dangerous. As you know, with the pandemic, what happened was one of the best side effects, or the good one was the ozone layer got, yeah, it was like it was having pretty badly, right? With none of the human beings coming out, it is really healed. So the world is healing themselves without the human beings, polluting it. So we have to make sure that we live and we let the others live also. So very important is the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs is what is very vital. I do not know how many people understand that, but as a Department of History only you or any other department of you, tourism, right? Very important aspect. Please note this down. This will be very useful. Maybe 5 to 6 years after you start working. Very vital point. And this, nobody was there to inform me about this. You can become a stakeholder. Are you aware of it? You can become a stakeholder. Stakeholder means you understand what it is. Owning the part of your business. See, it's not only financially investing in a business, it is also about how you put in your effort and become a CEO or a director of an organization. You should do that. As a person who's working for an organization where you get a steady income, you should also do something you're passionate about, start your own business. And you know who are the best partners for you in this? The person sitting next to you. Believe me when I tell you, because I'm in WCC and I have my network of 20 people. I did my nutrition and diabetes, and I have only 20 of that time, only 20 people were admitted in the college. They had limitations and see. And all those people are my very, very big business opportunity, stakeholders for me. And so make friendship right from today. Make sure that you feed on the strengths and you work together as a team. They are your best friends. Nothing like school friends and college friends to help you do this. You will make so many friends as you grow higher the ladder. You may not be able to understand it now because it requires some experience and meeting some bad people and good people and some kind of, then you will understand the value of what you have today. You might find, sometimes you get into an argument with a friend, you might find that they are not the best option for you, but believe me, they are. So please go for it, make them your strength, and build your business together, share your thoughts. Some might be financially well off, some might be very talented, some might have a very good working capability, some might be very good in PR. So you should form a team right away. I'm sorry I'm making this session for you to build your career on, that is very vital. So you need to maintain your friendship, especially I'm not talking about the men. Men even today, after 40 years of working, they still maintain the touch. Women very rarely maintain the friendship with their college. That's a very sad thing, but that is the fact. But luckily, what I'm seeing in the current generation is people are going strong. They are still maintaining the relationship. How many of I don't know about the professors I need to ask the professors only, how many of them are still in touch with their college friends? I'm sure being in the profession of professor, they might be still in touch, but other so-called departments and when we talk about not it. And very, very big plus point for me personally is WhatsApp. How many of you observed that? Only two. I think you're all either shy or you don't want to answer me. How many of you really like WhatsApp? How many of you use WhatsApp? I love it. I think I'm asking the wrong question. I should have asked how many. So WhatsApp has become a very, very big pressure, and please use it only for making friendship. No arguments in WhatsApp because now there's a new aspect of voice messages. You won't believe I was in the middle of an international forum. The minister is sitting with me, the deputy minister of tourism for Malaysia, and my one of my ex-colleagues sent a message. So I didn't know what was the message. I took the message, but it was if I ask out of all our people, I'm saying we are smart, we are very efficient. If I ask anybody to write pronunciation, I'm sure only 5 to 6 people will be able to write it properly. All of them will go to their phone and check it and then do it. Why I'm telling you this is very important. You need to read books. You need to write. Don't go into the digital world. Digital world is just for us to enjoy, make it more colorful, brighten up. But the basic aspect, right? Of you can't call Amma auntie. You can't call your dad uncle. You have to call Amma only and Appa only. Right? Even in Korea, no, I love Korean singing. I'm not going to Korea here. I love it. It's like cool. I'm addicted to Korean singing. So, free English. He love it. How many know this? I think a lot of and this also, right? Okay, I love you guys. Seriously, very nice. I love it. It's very, very cool. What I'm saying is, they call Appa. Amma, like that. The word don't sound so, very, very familiar. Why I'm telling you this is, be open to words. Be open to your passion. Don't hide what you want. Just because you like something doesn't mean that it's wrong. You need to enjoy your life. And one thing is, happiness comes from yourself. Nobody can give you happiness. Not your father, not your mother, not your brother, not your friend, not your friend. I mean, unlike that, I think that will give that one is the talking on the stage. One to one, I can talk. Only you can give happiness to yourself. And the person who's very confident is very lovable. The person who stands on the stage able to speak, the person who is able to go and interact with people are more attractive to other people. So you need to be a comfort giver, not a comfort receiver alone. Why I'm telling all this is to do with something. When you interact with your clients, you can become the employment opportunities, you can become a travel agent owner, or you can become a front office staff, you can become the manager of outbound too. Then you'll be interacting with people. Even with all the online websites which is found, people still prefer to go to a travel agent and book their ticket, their flight, everything, right? Why? Because they like to see the person, they trust them, and in case there's a problem in the flight, first person is they want to call. Rather, can you please change it? William, can you get this done for me? Why they call us? Because they feel more comfortable. The comfort zone comes in. You understand what I'm saying, right? I'm very, very confident about the value of human beings, how happy we have to be. Then only you can sustain in this world. Next. There is one important thing which we talked about in stakeholders. I've already explained it to you. I love this picture. I just wanted to show you how beautiful it is. Just see this picture. You really, if you look at the picture, you see how beautiful it is. Okay, I'm going to ask you this. Please leave nothing but your first. Please, the entire team can put a hand squeeze at your chest. I don't want to mention the colleges. You are the first one to answer this. I really want to cheer you, but please put a hand squeeze at your chest. Applause for me, practically. Thank God for that. I'm really happy. Applause, you're focusing on me. You know why they say this? This is what a beautiful thing. Please keep this as your motto. Wherever you go, be it your home, be it your environment, be it your state, be it your country or any other country, show them how beautiful you are. I travel a lot personally, and one of my very favorite destinations personally is England. I love England, and because they all the villages, right? Villages are so beautiful than the cities. And when I went to London, when I informed I was an Indian, I got a good service because I was very, careful about how I. But a lot of Indians were not treated properly. You know why? Because when they go to a restaurant, you should see the way they eat. I'm not talking about the state they are from. I'm not talking the thing that they're from Tamil Nadu, they're from South India or North India. You are an Indian. You are out of the border. You talk about high caste, low caste. You talk about category of. Once you go out, all the fair people over here. I'm sure there are some very, very fair people. But once we leave, we're all wrong. We're all wrong. We can never be called fair by skin tone or anything, and we're all Asian. You just make it whatever category you go to. Why I'm telling this is, as an Indian, when you go, people look at when you spoil the country or when you do good, it reflects on the other people who are traveling from the country. A lot of people and very strict on it. So as Indians, we have to be proud to be a part of our country and make sure that wherever we go, we leave only the footprint, not the footprint. I think that's very important. The characteristics of sustainable tourism, okay, there are going to be three, okay. The principle of sustainable tourism is environmental sustainability, social sustainability, and economic sustainability. One of the most unfriendly states I personally went to and saw was food. In Bangalore, we have food, right? Karnataka. When we went there, we wanted a direction for a resort. So all the people there, nobody helped the driver or the person who was asking. Then I had to get out from the car, go to a shop and request them that that's the resort, and then they said, we're talking about social sustainability. Being unfriendly. I don't want to mention the country because they are competitive countries to Malaysia. But when we go there, the drivers, right, who take them on a trip, they're not friendly with the tourists. Suppose, for example, you're being picked up at the airport and you're going to a resort. On the way, suddenly you're very hungry, right? You just want to make a stop. They don't stop. They say point to point only, and they're very rude. They behave like they don't understand English, and then they let you go. That's why Malaysia is very easy to manipulate. Everywhere you go, you can speak Tamil, you speak English, and wherever you want to stop there, and even they will also join you. You know, it isn't they have to pay for themselves. What I meant to say is, they are very friendly that way. And early check-in for hotels, right? Normally, the 2 o'clock is the check-in for hotels. I do not know how many of you are aware. And by check-out is 12. You can check in by 2, you have to check out by 12. But in Malaysia, they're very feasible. They're very flexible. So that kind of, I'm talking about social sustainability. When you go to a country, the country has to be friendly enough. What I'm talking about India, in the Ministry of India, I'm very close friends with our Minister of Tourism, Dr. Madhivanan. Such a wonderful gentleman I met in my life. We have interacted various things. I even got an award from him. You know, I was very happy as a Malaysian, delegate. But as an Indian, I got a award from him, and he was very nice to us. And when he was speaking about this, the main concern was how friendly you are to guests who are coming into your country. Irrespective of whether they are good or bad, you need to maintain a social sustainability. The next is economic sustainability. Only foreigners come, only when the tourists come in. Every aspect of your food outlet, your room stay, your transportation, the guides, everybody gets the salary, right? Because the economy of the country improves the revenue. Why do we have a tourism board asking people to come in? Because we want the revenue. You have earned here in India, right? You are getting a salary. Now we're going to Malaysia. It's not about Malaysia. Okay, you are traveling to UK, let's say. That's safe country for them. No competition for them. So when you're going to that country, you are going to go and buy something there, right? You're going to stay in the hotel. What are you actually doing? You're spending the money which you earn here. You're going to that country and you're spending it on that. Correct? So the revenue is people who are working there get the salary through the money which they receive. I'm talking about end of the day, the border, the bottom line, and the every entity goes into that. The economic sustainability, the stakeholders come in. You know the wedding, one of the main revenue generation in India is you're all treasures for other countries. You know why? Wedding destination are Indians, but you know how much they spend. One thing we just closed, I don't want to mention the company name, it was for 85 lakhs. We are having in Malaysia one program which is happening in Desert Coast in Johor. It's a beautiful place, amazing. The state they're taking 400 people, okay, are weddings, and the foreigners are mad about it. You know, they love Indians because they are the only one. Other places, when we talk about the foreign countries like UK, they are having a wedding tomorrow. You want to come? Maybe I bring you on? I don't think so because the girl side only the father and mother are coming. You can come. It's like that. But our place, our neighbors, relatives, and then we leave it and say, I know that girl very well. From the childhood, I have her grow. You miss out, you will understand it as you're going into that. And you miss one person, you become enemy for lifetime problem. It means that we enjoy following people. We love it, right? We do it so grand. That's what we're talking about in economic sustainability. See, why I'm telling you in a different mode is when we talk about a lecture which is very bright, which is not connected to your personal life, we forget why? Because it comes from my heart to you to make sure that you really shine. Because I want really Indians to do well. Because I see very, very few Indians who are in higher position, which is a very sad thing for me. Because I know the capability of what we are, but we are not using the employment opportunities. I do not know how many of you have applied for government jobs. There are so many government jobs which are coming up, which is very, very fascinating, especially for the tourism segment. You should go for it. You should learn the books. You should go for the exams. You should be on the lookout for the online. Google is one very, very helpful tool for us to really search for it and get the connection. Always good to be in connection with the Ministry of Tourism, not only in Tamil Nadu, talking about other countries also. There are a lot of employment opportunities which are coming up in the consulate. But the main thing is you need to know 2 languages. Some of you would have already known because I see few familiar faces from Dialogue College Stream. So those who don't answer it, this one was the important question. So the second gift will go to this question. Okay, you need to know 2 languages very, very well. If you have to join an international organization like a consulate, put up your hand, then you answer. I'm from Tamil Nadu. So from Tamil Nadu, you need to know these 2 languages. Put up your hand if you're very confident. You don't want to give it's a nice gift now. Okay, I see this girl. Okay, yes. Please say now. You tell me if it's correct and I'll make it wrong. 2 languages you need to know. What are the languages? Sorry? Hindi and English. Sorry, sweetheart. So sorry. Maybe you're from Tamil Nadu, okay? And you have to work for a foreign company. You need to know 2 languages. Come on, 2 languages. Yes, yes. Sorry? Amazing. Put our hands together and wish her. கஷ்டமான லாங்குவேஜ் கஷ்டப்பட்டு நான் படிச்சுக்கோ பெரிய பெருமை என்னன்னா இல்ல தமிழ் தான் நம்ம தாய்மொழியா இருக்கும் வெரி பீஸ்ஃபுல் இருக்கும் அந்த எல்லாம் படிச்சு I was தமிழ் கல்ச்சர் secretary in my department and I had to go to Dialogue College, I had to go to Madhuswami College and I went to Pachmas College when I was in college life. I had a very, very good experience. The professors, the HOD, they came and we went as 5 girls. All 5 girls were escorted by professors in the college and they came. Not in the Arabia. Era was the even one of us we understand. So, I'm not quite excited. The 5 girls, what are they? We're talking about long time back. There was like no education. It was only girls. We were very excited to see 5 people walking into a men's college. That was like fun part, And we get a lot of paper balls, right? We got showered with paper balls. That's fun. I'm talking about Tamil is so very vital. What I'm saying is, yes. Can I have your name and speak out, you put our hands together and please, because she and talk among people, in a crowd is very, very important.
I'm Dee Sugandhi, TDM Department, Ethiraj College.
Oh, Ethiraj College. Thank you. I'll be telling you tutorial to you and you after. This is also getting from NCC and you're also getting one. Thank you. So why I'm telling you is, please be thorough with your mother tongue. That's what I'm telling you. If you want to work for a thing, because foreigners cannot understand Tamil people. You are the one who will be handling media. See, I handle media. Some people. We're talking about kinds of media. We're talking about people. And even their English will be very different from our English. Our people cannot understand their foreigners' English. See, the different type who are coming from abroad, right? They will talk their English with an accent. And for them, when they like a project, they say, is the project good? What will we say? What will be the answer? Is the project good? If we ask, what will be our answer? We say what? Good, right? It's very good. Or what will we say? Excellent, fabulous. Will be any one of you say okay? It is okay. Okay means what? Right? It means it's like okay, what to do? I have to manage. Appa mapata kodutanga indha ponda idella plan pannimo. Adu varikku assist pannum. Video linepada vechindade idella vechitanga idella andu. Like okay, man manage pannum. That is what, right? I'm talking about. See, I want you to know this word. That's why I do this. Not everything you guys do. And you're all young. You are just getting into that beautiful phase. Please make sure you get the select the proper partner, no? They make or break you, irrespective of who is wrong. Don't make the wrong choice ever. Okay, fine. And what if we go with very good chemistry? Either you should love her and like him, then only you go for it. Okay, very important. That helps you in your social sustainability, your economic sustainability, and change the environment. If you're not with someone who you love, you will destroy the environment. Whatever, so I have to survive. So why is very closely connected to tourism? Only if you love your wife, only if you like your husband, you like to go on a trip with him. Otherwise, otherwise you encourage as a family. You have to love not only him or her, the family also. So please be very careful and financially be stable. Be independent, irrespective of whatever you are. Okay. Next slide, please. See, we talked already about the responsible tourism. I don't have to talk about it. The solidarity, I've explained to you how you have to work as a team. And then the fair tourism. See, it is exchange of good ideas and making sure you're doing it right. Even when I'm communicating to your head of the department, they wanted to have time with the universities and Malaysia. That is smart. When you get hold of someone who can connect you, make use of it. And it's a win-win situation for both. Always don't just take up, give also. When you give and take only a relationship works. Never ever just take one way. And then waste management, you already spoken about it. Please be very vital. Whatever garbage, take a cover with you. Put it on the garbage, put it in a dustbin. It's not going to harm you at all. At the end of the day, somebody dustbin, garbage, things don't come to you. What you have will come from someone. So if you keep the place clean, why do you need the volunteers? Why do you need social workers to come and clean the beach? Make a big issue of it. Don't need it. A lot of government, because it's very clean, they put the garbage and then clean it. We got a lot of names out. I mean, more than me, you guys would be very well versed with it. So what I'm saying is respect animals. Please. Animals are animals. Respect them both ways. By protecting them and protecting yourself from them. Okay. Wild animals is always wild. We see a lot of videos on cats and dogs, being very friendly with children, especially small children. They all make them grow together. Very dangerous. Animals, you pet them, keep them safe. Don't keep near your child. Newborn child, 2 months or 3 months, is easy later. It is bite out. When you're not that water, you will know it's an animal. It is not something which you feel. Even human beings behave like animals. Where can you expect animals to behave like human beings? It's nice to take photos, videos. They are also very smart. They have 5 cents, right? I'm getting my food, let me smile for the camera. They will also do it. But the moment the camera is on, they're very irritated, they want to really target you. They will do it. So be very careful. This is, I'm not talking about social awareness. I found it very disturbing. So since it came up, respect animals. Just respect them. When you respect people, you don't go put a hand up, right? You're protected, you're very unfair. You go say, yes, I'm going to take a photo. No, it's not respect. Being friendly is different. Respect it from a distance. Say hello to them. Know your keep your distance. I'm talking about that. My mother is also a teacher. She was the assistant principal in one of the colleges, government colleges. So I have a lot of respect for her even today. Even if I don't come back to 6 o'clock, no, I'm just saying, see, why you didn't come? What happened? You have told me you're not one earlier. Why you didn't tell? I have to inform her. Very, very tough having assistant professor and your mother. I do not know how many of you are fortunate enough to have that, but it's also a blessing because wherever you go, you get respect. Because all our students are in high officials in government organizations, so whenever you go, you get a lot of respect. Oh, you are madam's daughter, please come. Not because you are a professional from tourism Malaysia. I do not know how much time we have left. How many minutes left for me to finish? Or I've already overgone that? Okay, so I think we go to the next one. Next. Just go over. Okay, the previous one. Very, very simple for you. It's about the visa one. It's very easy for you to get to Malaysia. It's a website imi.gov.my. You need to apply with your hotel voucher, your ticket, and then very minimal charges, and you get the visa. Let's go to the last slide. Last. Okay, this is very vital. This is our logo, and all this I have to, as questions from your end you wanted to ask me, or you're very happy and you want to say bye to me, I'm also okay. Any questions you have on the employment part of it, or about Malaysia, or about this topic, what we talked about? Is it very clear or too clear? Or not at all clear? Okay. So, shall I take it that you're okay with that? Thank you so much for this opportunity. I really enjoyed talking to you all. Thank you so much. Really, really happy.
Thank you, ma'am. We really enjoyed your session. Thank you for making it thought-provoking and also fun-filled. So, I now invite Dr. Indra to honor the guest speaker with a memento. I now call upon Ms. R. Soundarya, Joint Association Secretary, to propose the vote of thanks.
I take immense pleasure in delivering the vote of thanks for this technical session too, given by the keynote speaker Ms. Kavita ma'am on the topic reviving through sustainable tourism and employment opportunity. Thank you so much ma'am for spending a valuable time for us. Thank you ma'am.
Ms. Soundarya. We now break for lunch. I request participants from outside to stay back in the hall. And I request students of Ethiraj College to move back to their respective classrooms. We are going to continue with our third technical session. I'd like to invite Dr. S. Kaitaran to introduce our achievements.
Madam, please, please continue with the speech. Ma'am, can you hear me? Madam? Yes, please, ma'am, please start your. Ma'am, your mic is mute. Kindly switch on your mic now.
Okay. Am I audible now?
Yes, please, ma'am.
Okay.
We are eagerly waiting for the speech.
Okay. I'm sharing the file now. My file is, can everyone see the PPT slide? Can everyone see the PPT slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's evening in Malaysia. I hope all of you had a good lunch, and I'm following some of the sharings this morning. First of all, well done to the organizing committee, and thank you for having me here. And I would like to share about the 5R of rethinking tourism, a vehicle for transformation. So based on this, I would like to present my content for today's presentation. I would like to first of all talk about what is rethinking tourism is all about and what to rethink here, and like elaborate more on the 5 approach that we can take, and we are going to look into more on what is happening around us and what we could how we could change it as an opportunity or changes that can happen to be a better provider in tourism industry. And with that, I would like to conclude. So now, as I said earlier, tourism is a vehicle for development. This is long time back. So now we are in the 4th industrial revolution, where we have physical, biological, and also digital component here. The most important part when talking about digital, it's more on blockchain disruptive business model. So we're going to look into more detail what is disruptive business model means, and this is the vehicle for transform, where we are thinking rethinking of tourism from pandemic and to the endemic process happen. So let's see some background analysis of what have happened so far. So no matter what your industry is, technology can help you to stay ahead. So this is what we believe in, and this is what most of the country is doing, especially in this endemic period. When coming to retail and tourism, in the real-time offer and personalized service product, that available, it can create the demand forecasting, and also it carries the sentimental value. This is one of the important element for digital consumers, where they see sentimental approach, emotional attached products is the valuable thing in the market. Okay, so once this coming into the picture, what we can see is e-tourism. This is the transformation that we're looking at. So the perspective is we must be ready to go and analyze the big data analytics in a different way. So with that, we can come up with some models. So I would like to share what is the model that Malaysia is currently utilizing for e-tourism based on the big data analytic is based on the enablers like the mindset, people talent, governance and policy, technology platform, the industry driven. They go to the demand catalyzed and build the BDA model based on the industry. So the industry here that I would like to highlight to everyone is on the productivity gain, ICT and industrial growth, government saving, benefit to the citizen, and catalyze on the game-changing innovation. So innovation is the crucial part here, where they create the national big data analytics based on this. These would ensure that Malaysia is leading the regional BDA solution hub and deliver a new value in all sectors. It's not alone on tourism, because tourism is interrelated with any other sector. So we are focusing more on creating the BDA hub for every industry here and there. And what all this is teaching us is it's teaching us how the mega trends for tourism have changed. So there are many criteria we can look into this. The first criteria is like creating a special target segment, especially we can cater more for silver hair tourists. So these particular tourists, they require, when I'm mentioning about the emotional attachment just now, security. customization. So we need to provide something very special according to their needs and desires of the product, which when there it's met, we can cater to this special segmentation on the silver hair. Second, who are the booming sector for tourism? Obviously it's generation Y and Z, because these people are very technology savvy, and also they prefer have to have a specific need in their communication consumption, and also they would like to ensure that they have very niche experience, especially to become more adventurous and independent. Third segment we would like to focus on is growing middle classes. These are the people who love to increase up to 4.9 billion by the year of 2030, and this most accepted growth is happening in Asia, and we are in Asia. So this characteristic will have a growing importance and impact on the tourism sector. So the overall approach might focus on this type of growing middle class segment as well. Fourth, and analyzing the new destination emerging markets that will soon overtake the developed market, because the perspective from pandemic to endemic has been changed from mass tourism to more on responsible type of tourism. People are looking at sustainability, okay? And China will continue to be the major source of the market, but it's representing the driver of sub-segments. Depends on which country they would like to prefer, or which area or destination that emerged along the way. Fifth, on the political tension and terrorism. Previously, we have COVID, but it's not the stop. It's not the stop at all, but there is a tendency for it to grow. So now we can see how we can improvise further on the security and stability of the country and decrease the political tensions. So with that, we can focus more on future destination market. And following with the trends, still on the 6th, we can focus more on technological re-evaluation. The technology is already there. So what we need to do as a game changer, we need to bring it into the dominating of the industry, how it could operate and give the best service to the tourists. So with that, it will provide a more possibility for the target segment that we are highlighting just now. Example, the silver hair, the generation G and Y, millennials and iGens. Okay. Then number 7, we can use many platforms from the digital channels. So example, we can combine the social and mobile and bring into a growth of SOMO. So this will help in disrupting the entire sector on an ongoing basis. There will be no stop at all. So the digitalization of the tourism is yet to lead the competitors shaking up a lot for the business pains that we have gone through during this 2.5 year during the pandemic. Number 8, we need to look on the loyalty, because one of the most important part to get the tourists to revisit, or at least to go and talk something good about our destination. So for that, loyalty programs would have an integrated experience with the tourist. Obviously, when the tourist is happy, they will talk something good about the destination. So the strategy here to make the tourists happy, how to make them happy. So we need to have a dynamic digital environment which allow them to have a new innovative loyalty program based on the precise insight through the big data. So the analysis of the data is very crucial here to find out what is the need in the loyalty for them. And the number 9, on the health and healthy lifestyle. Always remember that the holistic approach come with a well-being. Now, when the tourists are not feeling safe to travel, they are not in a good or right health. Obviously, the industry won't, be as strong and growing. So for that, aging tourists, millennials, and growing middle class, all this segment should be focused also together with digital revolution contributes an importance living a healthy lifestyle. In that, we need to ensure that whatever that available for this particular market are healthy, and also focus on their lifestyle to become more integrated with multiple dimension, whichever the product tourist operators can offer in through the destination. And last is but not least on the sustainability. Sustainability have moved forward from development, as I told you during earlier, from tourism development to tourism transformation. So now what happened is we have transformed from participating to relevant stakeholder to become a strong political leadership through SDG, where now it become a ESG path for the sustainable in future. So after sharing, with all this trend that has been changed, so what could be the way forward of approaching the current endemic when we are, going up again on this stairs after we marked almost like, zero tourist arrival. So the approach would be obviously on the digital marketing and social media engagement. So there is like 5 elements, the 5 R that we can focus, which is first of all, renew, then review, then repute, later part we need to replace, and last one on the respond. So here I would like to share more detail about how we can take the approach into our practice and strategy. So renew means finding ways of encouraging direct bookings, especially by the hoteliers, will be one of the most important part of the marketing director jobs back from 2014 up to now. So the fresh content is the fundamental here. It's the consistent updates of promotions and rich media will draw in the guest. Therefore, when we are liaising and collaborating with the social influencers especially, it will keep the content very fresh and updating on the specials, photos, adding blog, social media links with the common sense and whatever that happening. So hotelier also need to bring all this together as a structural element such as domain of statistics, social activity, search engine disruptions, and link status to ensure effectiveness, and they must adjust it accordingly based on the time relevancy both on online and offline market. Next, how we could emphasize more on review. It's not only about positive or negative review, but how much the review have impacted. So we can take some example here. According to the Wall Street Journal, they reported that 50 million users across the web and mobile platform. They are, promoting, TripAdvisor has become the world most popular travel website within 34 million unique users every month. Same goes to Google Places in the yellow pages and digital age, meaning the business listing also shows up on the iPhone search as well as in the Google Maps. So back in 2014, there is a need to monitor Yelp, TripAdvisor, Google Places, and for reviews. What all this is trying to teach us is this put an increased emphasis on the hotel, the provider, to manage their online reputation closely and ensure that any negative reviews are dealt with swift and positive way. That doesn't mean negative review is bad. Negative review, the way we are attending to that, it's like when it's not online, customer will come and physically complain to us, right? So we will handle them with a smiling face. Exactly, this is supposed to happen in the online platform as well. So how quick we are responding to this negative review, that quick we can bounce back and make it as a positive review as well. So example, by allowing management to respond to the comment in the real time, so someone must be there to help to address the problem that customers are putting in the chat box, maybe to improvising a two-way hotel to guest. So I'm talking from the perspective of hotelier and a guest in this perspective for their communication and boosting the guest retention and loyalty. Third one would be on repute. So repute here means handling the reputation and manage the brand of the hotel in this case. So there is much anticipation that reputation management will begin to dictate the hotel industry in upcoming years. So for that, being able to manage your business reputation will determine your success or failure in the industry. Always remember this: happy guests or dissatisfied guests, they all play a part of the hotel online reputation. It can be anyone. So hotelier no longer control the perception of the property. Okay, so that's in the hands of the guest right now. So but hotelier always can influence the perception. How it can happen? While services exist that provide alerts when someone makes an online comment about a hotel, the alert alone doesn't always stimulate a response. So, with that, true social media monitoring and online reputation management in service help the hotelier with the planning how they can strategize and socialize in monitoring their social media site, writing, analyzing, and give the review, answers as soon as possible, addressing to the comments. Fourth, on the replace. So what we can see here is content marketing versus advertising. So advertising is something traditional. Content marketing is the new method of handling this. So for that, traditional advertising is rapidly losing value as hotel marketing professionals begin to take advantage of effective content marketing. Obviously, example, when I'm visiting a hotel, I will take a picture of the lobby, do a short video on the TikTok. So I'll put in my own social media. So these create the content marketing for my followers or those who are interested to know more about that place to contemporary to the popular belief of the content marketing. It's not easy. Meaning, when I'm doing with a voluntary basis, I don't spend time. But when I'm doing for a purpose, I spend a lot of time and effort there. So it takes times and expertise to come up with a good content and content with the quality, interesting and attractive. So for that, hotelier can invest more on their staff to go and improvise certain skills that required to come up with this good content and always catchy and attractive to the customer. So the right platform and the intelligence tool with the skillful manpower would give a good content for the hotels to further in the tourism industry. Last on the approaches would be on response. Now, response is just not by giving a reply or addressing the issue. It's more on we should handle with responsive solution. Example, here we can combine certain platform together. Example, social media together with mobile. So Somo has created already live in a symbiosis relationship. They will only continue to see them in merge over the courses of these years. That's what we can see, what the progress that Facebook is making. So mobile activity has allowed social media to live in a real time by allowing the users to create updates, tag friends, check in their mobile devices. This is what happening. So each and every tourism operators, they must know how to bring this together, social media and mobile, in promoting with almost zero cost effectiveness. Okay, so this is especially through since back in 2014 is predicted to be the year where there will be more mobile users in the internet. It's what happening now. So internet, it's everything. So mentality is the key to the business success. So you want to success in tourism industry during this endemic and way forward, you must know how to implement the mobile strategy as an hotelier or the tourism provider. So with all this example, where are we heading? We are heading to a digital transform. So this is how we started of the rethinking, right? So meaning like we already in a junction, it's done with the development. We have developed the industry as of now. So from now we are transforming to digital based transformation, which is what we call as the disruption of the digital technology. So these as some engagement of element. First, digital business strategy and culture. We must know the strategy and culture of the destination or the people that we are approaching. We must know the culture of the tourists themselves. So these will give a good strategy in leads to digitalization the service, especially with the stakeholder. If it's wrong, it can lead to the resistance. Okay, then come to the staff and customer engagement. Previously, it's customer relationship management, but now it's an engagement. We must engage with this digital, particularly digital consumers, 24/7. So how it could happen? Obviously, through a right strategic process and innovation. Without this incoherent action won't happen. Okay, so the right process and innovation will help to choose the best technology that available, which is really a differentiator between technology doers, enable the digital transformation to take place. And last one, keep updated about the data and analytics. The data is everywhere, but how we are going to combine that, compile it and analyze it, used for insight and evidence base to make the decision without there is a simply stagnant. Meaning like we must study about the customer behavior, persona, the experience, the journey of the customer in this digital, when they're purchasing our product, what kind of experience they gain through their journey. So a documentary of this journey would be helpful for other customers as a review process. So as I promised to you earlier, there is a lot of example that we can look around. So I'm just bringing some of it here. Example from this Cincinnati Zoo that brings safaris to the kids at home. So what happened was, during COVID, the kids was at the movement order control. They was at home. They wanted to have this experience of visiting animals in zoo, but they're unable to go out. So Home Safari Facebook Live was there to help. So this interactive live event, something similar to virtual tourism, they let the kids to ask questions, share their unfinished project with them, and enjoy an educational about not very long, about 20 minutes distractions in each day, help to bring up the reviewer, the followers, and also the customers who's coming to visit and book the slot for Home Safari Facebook Live to another extent level. So this one example that we can take by getting creativity into the picture. Next, if you're running a service business base in tourism industry, you can focus on this example of Modo Yoga from New York. They offer a full schedule of live classes. Everyone was not free all the time, but obviously we can give a slot to the customer to see where it's like more can give a high impact for the consumers if they choose on the slot basis. So it's offering yoga through an Instagram live. So we can take this kind of approach also in the digital transformation strategy. Next, on the Fragola gives free baby food for the moms in need. Certain CSR projects can work on well, especially when we're helping the needs through the tourism, banner. It can give an advertisement, also a promotion for the product and the brand to go further in pairing the activity with the tourism activity that is ongoing. Also, as another example I would like to quote here is on Old Town Books host virtual book clubs and writing classes. We can have certain engagement with customers, tourists, or the potential of the stakeholder through having certain workshops or training session. So that will give them fundamental knowledge on how to get their skill updated through this platform by the operators. And also Canvas Studio Art created an art challenge for the student. So nowadays, virtual challenges competition is very common. So what we can see here is we can take this particular example and implement in our industry to go further and transform the industry to the next level. Even creating an invitation card can be so different and creative, like what Jazz Married designed for the change of the date template for the couples. Marriage can happen 100% on online platform. So if that can do, why not tourism industry take full transform in the virtual? So it is possible. Now, with all this thing, yeah, we have Rethink, tourism operators are ready for digital readiness. All this thing is happening, but how about the policy? From development, we are going to transform. Obviously, the policy must have some changes, right? So rethinking in the tourism, the model involves in improving the tourist experience. As I told you earlier, it's about journey of the tourist. So better managing the impact of tourists and encouraging more positive skills over effect of the wider economy. Therefore, the aim should be on the tourism stakeholder to explore more ways, a better manage to this sector with a vigorous growth and formulate a future policies which is more practical in sense of implementing with a high degree of local participation, meaning we should not all the while engaging and depending on international tourism. The locals are the core cause of the movement and evolving of the current economy in domestic perspective, and therefore well-being of the citizens are taken care, especially on the economic percentage. Therefore, what we are trying to put here is government must need to rethink their tourism policy, where because the transformation has happened and encourage more diverse, reduced concentration on the density destination to put in a place for a long-term strategy to take place, especially putting in mind that ecological sustainable and socially inclusiveness with the digital readiness approach always happens. So in conclusion, what we can see here is the right person, the right product, the right media, the right message, and at the right moment, which is now. Okay, we can't wait for further long. Okay, we just back from a pandemic, so most of the country, the borders has been open, and some of them have has come up with a good SOPs. So all this essence, the person, product, media, message, and moment, it is already synchronized right now. So the strategy on innovation, especially on the digital transformation, should happen to help in the growth and the response of the environment. So this would emphasize on the fluid and flexibility by creating a strong core identity for the tourism to be rethink as a vehicle for transformation that will bring the willingness to branch out and blossom back and make the industry to sunshine as usual. Okay, so with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for your time. Any questions? Any questions? Any questions?
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, can
Thank
hear me?
you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks a lot for the speech. The session will be continued with what of that? I invite Harita, third TTM students, to deliver your comments.
Good afternoon, everyone. It gives me an immense pleasure in delivering the vote of thanks for the technical session being virtual. I extend my gratitude to our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Maheshwari Ranjithan, to take out time from her busy schedule to place the event and honor this session with her valuable thoughts in focus to 5 hours. Review, replace, review, respond. This gives a useful information to build the tourism in this post-COVID period. I'm sure this would be a great learning session experience for all of us. Thank you.
Ma'am, thank you for joining with us and delivering a wonderful speech. Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
online messenger. Let's start this validity session with training.
गणपतिं शङ्करादिसेवितं विरक्तसकलमुनिवरसुरराजविन्दुरं शक्तिसहितगणपतिं शङ्करादिसेवितं विरक्तसकलमुनिवरसुरराजविन्दुरं भक्तादिपोषकं भवसुतं विनायकं भक्तादिपोषकं भवसुतं विनायकं भक्तिमुक्तिप्रदभूषितं रक्तपदभुजमालयामि भक्तिमुक्तिप्रदभूषितं रक्तपदभुजमालयामि शक्तिसहितगणपतिं शङ्करादिसेवितं विरक्तसकलमुनिवरसुरराजविन्दुरं शक्तिसहितगणपतिम्
To make this with I wish to call Madam to deliver the open speech.
All good things must come to an end, but this is just the beginning. Good afternoon, one and all present here. I take this opportunity to welcome all for the validity function of the international seminar on rethinking tourism, a vehicle for transformation. On behalf of the Department of History, Tourism and Travel Management, I am extremely privileged to welcome our chief guest, Mr. Vinod Khanna, Executive Chef, Ramada Chennai, EGMORE, to deliver the validity address on this special occasion. I am also extremely happy to welcome Mr. Srinivasan, Managing Director of Tours and Travels Chennai. I would like to welcome our beloved Principal in Charge, Dr. D.V. Usharani, for the wonderful international seminar. It gives me an immense pleasure to welcome our faculty members, without whom this function is not possible today. It is a great pleasure to welcome professors, students, and research scholars from our college and various city colleges to the validity function. It's my pleasant duty to introduce our chief guest, Mr. Vinod Khanna, Executive Chef, Ramada Chennai, EGMORE. He is an enthusiastic chef with 18 years of experience in the field of management. Sir has completed his BSc Hotel Management in 1995 to 96. He is currently working as an executive chef in Ramada Chennai, EGMORE since 2005. He has a good skills in food engineering, banquet operations, and menu development. We are delighted to have you as the chief guest of today's event. I once again welcome you, sir. I once again welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your warm words. Now, welcome our Principal Lecturer, Madam D.P. Usharani, to deliver the speech.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. It's not welcome speech, I will do felicitation. Yeah. Very, very happy to know that the Department of History and Travel and Tourism has successfully been conducting international seminar on rethinking tourism for transformation. I don't need to explain much about the topic. You must be hearing from the morning. The various speakers who have spoken on the theme, and I'm very, very glad that ma'am has taken effort along with the staff members and the association in charges to bring various persons who have excelled in the field of history, tourism, and travel management. Congratulations to the Department of History. Congratulations to Dr. Kausalya and her entire team. In the people Solumbodi, you should understand the basis of success of any program. It is so evident that the conference hall is full with the bubbling students and also energetic teachers with great speakers. My heartfelt congratulations to each and every one of you. I always think that apart from what we learn in the class, these kind of programs will make you more mature. That way only I will say from I'm the old student of this college. I'm yes. In the position top level class, my own students now in IIT Madras, one student one girl has cleared her IRS and she's in Kerala. So you should know, after taking up this course, history and travel and tourism, you can excel. You can excel in your field, and tourism is the, I will say, some of the countries that has failed after Corona is mainly because of failure in tourism. You understand the complication behind what is happening in countries like Sri Lanka. So this is the, I will say, the nervous system of some of the countries. And apart from the contribution made by IT outside, not here, outside IT sector, contribution of tourism industry is very, very important, and it is the employment generation industry. So my best wishes to all the students of history and TTM. Always I have a very good affinity towards the Department of History because you are very close to the economics department. You are very close to my heart also. So all the very best. Thank you very much. Thanks for all the sponsors, and my special thanks to the Chief Guest, Mr. S. Vinod Khanna, for providing a very sumptuous food to yeah. Thank you very much. Chief sponsoring our Department of Health, and also my special thanks to Mr. Srinivasan from Going. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for the session with us. Now I wish to welcome our head of the department, Dr. J. Kausalya, to honor the request with the now we have the department with honor her. Praise the Lord. Thank you, ma'am. I now welcome our distinguished chief guest, Mr. S. Vinod Khanna, sir, to deliver the valedictory papers.
Thank you for inviting me. சாப்பிட்டீங்களா? நல்லா இருந்துச்சு. ஆக்சுவலி வந்து கூட்டுக்கும் உங்களுக்கு ஒரு ரிலேட்டட் எங்க போனாலும் டூரிசம் போனாலும் சாப்பாடு நல்லா இருக்கும். ஸோ பிகாஸ் நீங்க முடிச்சு போனீங்க வந்து போகும்போது உங்களுக்கு வந்து வெளியில வந்து என்ன மாதிரி சுச்சுவேஷன் இருக்குன்னு உங்களுக்கே தெரியாது. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி சுச்சுவேஷன் 2 இயர்ஸ் முன்னாடி இப்போ இந்த ஸ்லோலி இல்லை ரொம்ப ஃபாஸ்டாக பிக்கப் ஆயிடுச்சு. என்னுடைய ஓட்லேயே ரொம்ப நம்மளோட டூரிசம் எல்லாருமே கம்மியாக இருக்காங்க. அதனால ஸோ என்ன பண்ணணும் அப்படிங்கிறத நீங்க முடிவு பண்ணிருக்கீங்க. அது எப்படி போகணும், என்ன பாதை வைக்கணும்னு எல்லாருமே சொல்லியிருப்பாங்க. நான் வந்து என்னோட வீட்டில் வந்து நான் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்றப்ப ரொம்ப எனக்கு ஒன்றுமே தெரியாது. அதாவது ஊர்ல என்ன சொல்லுவாங்க, பால் மாதிரி வந்துடுறாங்க. வெங்காயம் கற்பனை தெரியாது, ஒன்றுமே தெரியாது. அப்படி ஒரு இந்த பாலை வந்து காஃபியா போட்டாங்க, டீயா போட்டாங்க, பூஸ்டா போட்டாங்க, ஹார்லிக்ஸா போட்டாங்க, சம்டைம்ஸ் சில்லி பவுடர் கூட போட்டாங்க. அந்த மாதிரி ஸ்பைசி ஸ்வீட்டு காரம் எல்லாத்தையும் கொடுத்தாங்க. அது மாதிரி நீங்க வெளியில வரப்போது உங்களுக்கு அந்த மாதிரி சுச்சுவேஷன் நிறைய வரும். நம்ம அடுத்து என்ன பண்ண போறோம், என்ன பயப்படாதீங்க. ஸோ எவ்ரிதிங் இஸ் காட் இஸ் தேர். உங்களுக்கு என்ன அடுத்து என்ன பண்ணணும் தோணுதோ ரொம்ப ஸ்பிரிட்டா பண்ணுங்க, சக்சஸ்ஃபுல்லா பண்ணுங்க. தேங்க்யூ வெரி மச்.
Thank you so much for this short and sweet speech, sir. Now I welcome Dr. Sharma to Good afternoon, respected members of the dais, and my dear students and the participants from other colleges and institutions. Welcome to one and all to present here. So, we have conducted nearly 9 programs altogether. That is starting from 11 up to 27, that is up to today, 28. Sorry. So, all the programs, we are very much proud, and I have to record that we had nearly 385 participants. Yes, thank you. So this participation, we actually encourage, and it is an encouragement for us as well. So I have to really appreciate on behalf of our department and on behalf of all my colleagues. And please do participate in all the events, because this is an opportunity given to you. Once you, it is the place where you can exhibit yourself, your talents. So many talents are hidden within you. You have to bring them out. So this is a place where you have to show your talents and shine. Okay, so like sir has also told just now. So thank you. I'll just move on to the prize distribution. So the first, tourism blog. So we had 12 participants altogether. And can I announce? Yes. So the first prize goes to A. Raghavi of second year. Second prize goes to Soundarya of first year. And the third prize goes to Tina Sai of third TPS. The next program was itinerary planning. This is an individual event where you have to prepare an itinerary, and based on this, Soundarya of third BA TTM gets the first prize. Again, Raghavi A second BA second prize. Shakir first BA TTM third prize. The third event was Rangoli competition. It is a
Itinerary planning, yes. Raghav is a second prize. Third prize to Shahin M. First BA TTL. Rangoli was a team event of 3 members. Soundarya R, Angirkani and Shalini R of third BA TTL. Afrin Hidaya, Safrin Shahana and Rajeshri of third BA TTL second prize. We have 2 second prizes. Nasrin Farha, Janani and Namini of second BA TTL gets the second prize for Rangoli competition. And the third prize goes to Nishantini, Sangarathirai and John Rajakumari of second MA district. One more third prize. Vinaya, Kodishwari and Govindi of first BA TTL. Indian food plating. First prize goes to Soundarya R, third BA TTL. Nasrin Farha, second BA TTL. Vinita of first BA 30th BA TTL receives the third prize. For debate, Harry Jennifer of second MA history with the first prize. Firstly, Nisa of third BA TTL with the second prize. Shruti of second BA TTL gets the third prize. Poster designing. The first prize goes to Aishwarya T of second BA TTL. Second prize goes to Hemalata of first BA history. And the third prize to Idavenil of first BA history. prize winners for the quiz competition. Nilavelu and Tenmurni of First BA History get the first prize. Second prize goes to Berisha and Navina of First MA History. Kavya A and Raghavi of Second BA History get the third prize. For the stall decoration which was conducted today, the first prize goes to Ashwini, Evangeline, Kavya A, Kavya S and Shalini. Of Second BA History. Second prize goes to Arfin, Angayakani, Jeevana, Sindhu. The third prize goes to Ritika, Rajeshwari, Naveen, Tanushree and Krishna of First BA India. I proceed on to call upon the students of other colleges to receive their certificates. Any one of you can come and collect the certificates. Lyra College, S. Rahul, S. P. Sujit, Abigail Paul and Dr. S. Narayanamurthy, Assistant Professor from Jaya College. Ben Francis, Arjun Maria, Devika Janish, Sri Ranjini Yogesh and Hemant Vishwanath, research scholars from Madras Christian College. I request one to be time for it. Sokal Keda College, Pardani, Swaranmalia, Sneha, Shweta, Pradita, Shobana. One of you can come and collect your certificates. For the Madras video making, Shalini, Second BA History gets the first prize.
Department of Premium Social Economics.
Shalini of Second BA History gets the first prize. Chiranjeev of Third BA History gets the second prize. Second MA History. Thank you. Now I request Professor Indra Ma'am, Department of History, to present the application. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Now, our head of the department will honor the sponsors with flower and money.
Very good evening, everyone. First of all, I'd like to congratulate everyone for choosing tourism and travel course. Tourism plays a huge role in any economy. If you see across the globe, it plays a major role. I think you guys chosen the right field. I would appreciate that. I'd like to say one quote about things, children of books. Dream, dream, dream. Dream should not allow us to sleep till we achieve our goals. Just think that whatever you're doing, you try to achieve in the field, you focus in those areas, that will, move to the next level. So only thing is, maybe our parents are, there are people, their parents are, working very hard, and there is some people, auto driver, the police. I know. What we should do is, irrespective of their, things, we should aim to achieve our, goal, and we should reach to the different level in our, specific area. So that gives, big, support and, both to your parents and your colleges and, your societies. All the best to everyone. Do that. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. Now, I welcome Ms. Indra to present the capital.
Everyone present here. It's my privilege to present the rapid report for the international seminar on rethinking tourism, a vehicle for transformation in commemoration of World Tourism Day. The international seminar commenced on 28th September 2022 at 9:30 a.m. with the lighting of Ethiraj by the Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. M. Seshatai, Honorary Consulate of the Republic of Seychelles. Following the invocation, Dr. T. Kausalya Kumari, Assistant Professor and Head, Department of History, Tourism and Travel Management, Ethiraj College for Women, had delivered the welcome address and honored the Chief Guest with the bouquet. Dr. A. Vasanthi, Assistant Professor, Department of History and TTM, Ethiraj College for Women, had given the overview of seminar. The Chief Guest, Mr. M. Seshatai, Honorary Consulate of the Republic of Seychelles, delivered the inaugural address. Vote of thanks was given by Dr. B. Dishamore, Assistant Professor, Department of History and TTM, Ethiraj College for Women, and the inaugural session came to an end with a college song. The Indian Tourism Expo and Ethitourism Club was inaugurated after the tea break. Session 1 covered Dr. B. Ishamor, Assistant Professor, Department of History and TTM, Ethiraj College for Women, had introduced the guest speaker for virtual session 1. Dr. Babu George, Interim Dean, Chair and Professor, was the resource person for the virtual session 1. Ms. K. Vinarasi, Association Secretary, 3rd BA History, had delivered the vote of thanks for virtual session 1. Session 2, Dr. K. Saraswati, Assistant Professor, Department of History and TTM, Ethiraj College for Women, had introduced a guest speaker for session 2. Ms. M.C. Kavita, Marketing Manager, Malaysia Tourism Board, Chennai, was the resource person for the second session. Ms. Soundarya, Joint Association Secretary, 3rd BA TTM, had delivered the vote of thanks, and session 2 came to a close with the lunch break. After the lunch break, session 3 started. Dr. S. Kalisalam, Assistant Professor, Department of History and TTM, Ethiraj College for Women, had introduced the chief guest for virtual session 3. Dr. Mageshwari Ranjathan, Lecturer, Department of Marketing Strategy and Innovation, Sunway University Business School, was the resource person for session 3. Ms. Haritha Sri of 3rd BA TTM had delivered the vote of thanks for virtual session 3. The valedictorian for the international seminar started with the invitation, and Dr. T. Kausalya Kumari, Assistant Professor and Head, Department of History, Tourism and Travel Management, Ethiraj College for Women, had honored the chief guest with a bouquet, and she honored our beloved Principal in Charge Madam, Dr. B. Usharani, with a bouquet. Then she delivered the welcome address. Mr. S. Vinod Khanna, Executive Chair, Ramada, EGMORE, had delivered the valedictory address. Dr. B. Ishamor had announced the prize winners. The prize winners were distributed. The prizes were distributed, and congratulations to the prize winners. The sponsors for this program were honored with bouquet and mementos by Dr. T. Kausalya Kumari, Assistant Professor and Head, Ethiraj College for Women. Dr. Archana, Assistant Professor, Department of History and TTM, will be delivering the vote of thanks, and the program will come to a close with an national anthem.
I'd like to call Dr. Archana Sundar to deliver the
Good afternoon. In commemoration of the World Tourism Day 2022, the Department of History, Tourism and Travel Management, Ethiraj College for Women, had organized an international seminar on Rethinking Tourism, a Vehicle for Transformation, on 28 September 2022. On behalf of the Department of History, Tourism and Travel Management, Ethiraj College for Women, I consider it my foremost duty to thank each and everyone who had contributed for the conduct of the international seminar. First of all, I thank God Almighty for giving us the strength and courage to make this event possible. I express my sincere gratitude to our chairman, Mr. V.M. Muralidharan, for being a pillar of support in all our endeavors. We, the Department of History, Tourism and Travel Management, thank our late principal, Dr. S. Kodai, for showering her blessings on us this day from the heavenly abode. Our heartfelt thanks goes to our principal in charge, Dr. D.B. Usharani, for her constant support and encouragement in all our activities. We owe a special thanks to Dr. Bharti Maya, the Controller of Examinations, for her support, guidance, and encouragement. I place on record my deep sense of gratitude to Dr. T. Kausalya Kumari, the Head, Department of History, Tourism and Travel Management at Ethiraj College, for her continuous efforts in making this event possible and making it a successful one. I'm extremely happy to thank Mr. S. Vinod Khanna, Executive Chef, Ramada Hotels, for delivering the valedictory address. Sir, your insights on hospitality industry has helped us to understand and rethink the role of promoting tourism. Thank you so much. In a very special way, I take this opportunity to thank all the resource persons of today's event for enriching our knowledge to various aspects of tourism. I deem it a pleasure in thanking the judges for the various competitions held on this occasion. I thank the faculties from other departments of Ethiraj College for Women for the gracious presence. I express a deep sense of gratitude to our librarian, Mrs. Pramila Tharman, for lending us the hall for the tourism stall decoration and for her overwhelming support in the conduct of the international seminar. I wish to thank Dr. B. Dishamol and Dr. A. Vasanti, the organizers of the event. I also thank all the members of faculty and students for their involvement and dedication towards the smooth conduct of this international seminar. Our sincere gratitude to our sponsors, India Tourism, Hotel Ramada, EGMORE, Mr. Amadan of Impresario Tours and Travels, Nestle and Kuwait Travel for extending their valuable support to us during the occasion. Our deep sense of appreciation and gratitude to faculties, research scholars, and students from various institutions across the city. I thank Radhika ma'am and her team for the excellent coverage of photography. I also thank Mrs. Kavita and Mr. Ranjit for the technical support. Last but not the least, I thank our students who have been wonderful audience throughout the day. I thank each and everyone who have attended this seminar and hope it is beneficial and memorable one for everyone. Thank you.
Let's raise progression.